Hello and welcome to the 7th MLT yet. As you may see here, we do actually have, I believe, a record-breaking amount of submissions. We have a total of 11 submissions, which it's quite a while since we have had this many submissions. And all of them are very varied and quite unique, which is good. So as you may know, the tournament has been delayed by around a week, which is why this premiere is coming on this late. This is due to the fact I have been sick, so apologies for that. And as you can see here, the rules are a bit different from last time. The arena size is now quite small, and the time limit has been increased to a total of 3 minutes. Other than that, no changes have been done. So, without saying much more, we can go through all of the submissions. We have Cavalry, the Emperor, not sure if I pronounced that right, by Exterp, which is a varied fleet with a total of this amount of P and, well, 56 ships. You can see the main attraction here is still kind of the Conqueror, but he now put the majority of the points into the new Cavalier. Then after that, Cookie Creeper returns for the second time with his Creeper Federation, this time second detachment fleet, which contains 3 large 8000 P capitals, 12 smaller ships and 2 somehow different, also small ships. Then we have Dazzlin Death by Non-Produce, which contains 9 identical ships. Then we have one of the more unique ships in this tournament, Disfigured Bias by MGV. As you can see here, the ship is not very normal in shaping, and it does not even seem to have a hull. But that's in fact dense obsidian. It also sports a large array of magma cannons, some magma launchers, and a support ship. By the way, the main ship does have a factory. Then we have Iron Star Company by Joyous18, which contains 12 ships. This is the first Timpor submission in quite a while. Actually, we only saw one in, I believe, the first or second MLT tournament. It contains 8 smaller ships, 3 medium and 1 basically capital, containing 1/4 of all of the P. These recently got quite a large buff, so hopefully they will do well. Then we have Splinter, a known veteran in the reassembly community, coming with the Melanto. It's a single large mono submission from Obsidian, and he actually managed to bring a lot of dense obsidian, so this will be very hard to break. And it mostly sports 1 large condensed mineral cannon and some magma launchers. Then we have Missile Horde by Skill, containing 65 ships, and it is exactly what you may think it is. It's just a swarm spawning lots and lots of missiles, with a little bill in addition. Then we have New Terran 11th Laser Siege Cannon Unit by Anthony Does Things, and he is the first person in the tournament to bring the Pulse Laser to the battlefield. It contains 2 large Pulse Laser ships and a varied fleet to support them. Thanks for your consideration by Debris is here. It contains 10 Never mind. Well, it contains 4 main Trapper-like ships, 1 which has somehow a different spread on the magma launchers, I believe, than some smaller distractors, it seems. This is also an obsidian submission. Then we have the Inspreadables by Dukeslayer, another known veteran in the reascended community, and he went with spinal mounts. These are 10 identical ships, almost solely composed of armor plus, and they are incredibly maneuverable while bringing quite a lot of weaponry. These are skirmishers or kiters. Then we have a very unique submission by Cersei, Marasmus Fortification, which is an obsidian submission, weirdly enough focusing on lots of healing beams, which is interesting. It only has 2 ships, and the construction is quite odd too. We'll see how that will do. And without saying much more, let's start. So, first off, we have Exturp versus Cookie Creeper, Spinal Mounts versus True Terran. I have to apologize, I completely forgot to show off the fleets. As you can see here, the creepers have grown quite a bit. They have become a lot larger and bulkier, now sporting several larger shields rather than spam of smaller rods. And these are the 3 main capitals. Then we have these smaller support ships, mainly sporting shotguns, I believe. And the main weapons of the main ships are rapid artilleries. So, his submission has improved quite a lot from last time, which is very good. He has rapid progress. And Exturp, again, with his Emperor, or Conqueror. And these new ships, having quite a bit of armor plus at the front, and an array of weapons, with cargo containers for production of new ships. They seem to be all-around ships, made to fight most enemies. We can see that the Cookie Creeper is holding up quite well. The points are relatively close to equal. They are currently equal in points. Oh, Cookie Creeper has started to lose points. It looks like Cookie Creeper's fleet has been completely removed, with only the capitals remaining, and they do not seem to be able to cope with the pressure. We can see the shields are failing on Cookie Creeper's ships, which is not a good sign. Exturp's fleet also appears to have grown, due to the fact his ships do contain factories, which certainly doesn't help Cookie Creeper. Only 1 ship remains for Cookie Creeper's side. And the first round goes to Exderp. Cookie Creeper does also seem to have bombardment missiles. However, he does not have all that many of them, which might be a problem. Cookie Creeper's main capitals do have a considerable amount of damage, but they are simply unable to utilize it well against faster enemies like Exderp's fleet. They are simply so fast they are able to dodge, or so it seems. Oh, the Conqueror is currently facing with one of Cookie Creeper's capitals. The Conqueror has been defeated. Only 2 capitals remain from Cookie Creeper's fleet, and his points are diminishing. The splash does appear to do a lot of harm to Cookie Creeper's ships, likely due to the fact Cookie Creeper utilized the beam armor instead of larger blocks due to the fact they provide more HP for the cost. So now we have Exderp versus Nonforduce with his Dazzling Death fleet, which has quite a lot of magma launchers. I am not sure how Exderp will deal with this. So, yeah. Hopefully the Conqueror will dodge this, or else Exderp is in trouble. Yeah, the Conqueror is not being very smart about this. It somehow survived though. My computer does seem to have a somewhat severe slowdown due to the noticeable amount of magma on the map. I assume these are tens of thousands of projectiles? Well, Excerp completely lacks the focused firepower needed to take down even more lightly armored obsidians, or so it appears. Non-Produce has not really lost much in terms of points, while Excerp has lost the majority of his fleet. We can see that Non-Produce is really not losing all that much points. He has only lost about 1,700, while Excerpt has lost over half. Oh, it appears the arena still has some kind of border. You can see all the projectiles being deleted. I guess this is positive for my simulation speed. But yeah, we can see that Excerpt's ships are too disorganized and they do not carry a high enough impact to really do much here. We can see another ship going into the magma storm. The first round went to Non-Produce. Something similar appears to repeat now. Excerpt has soon lost half of his points, while Non-Produce has not really had any losses of points. I believe non-produce has now lost more points than last round, but I do still not believe Exterp can turn this around. It does appear magma launchers may be far too powerful if they are such a all-encompassing strategy. Obsidian did receive quite a few nerfs this time, but it appears they need more. We can see another ship from Exterp being completely annihilated at the middle of the screen. And the second round goes to non-produce. Now we have Exterp versus MGV. So, if you look at this submission, it only contains 2 ships. One smaller distractor ship, sporting one large crystallized barrier or something like that. Not sure what I named them. One relatively large magma cannon, some smaller weapons, 3 cores, and as we can see, a scaffolding, likely against splash. Then we have the main attraction, which is this abomination. It uses a frame made out of dense obsidian, which is the strongest obsidian material, and a lot of thrusters, kind of working as general armor and, well, of course, movement. The design does mainly have a very large amount of magma launchers, magma cannons, sorry, then 3 magma launchers and just some smaller extra things, possibly for aesthetics. It also has a factory to produce those distractors. MGV's fleet does not contain anything else, so we'll start. I doubt MGV can deal with a swarm like this, unless Exterp's AI is stupid about going into the magma launchers. So we can see the distractor ship is being heavily damaged, and it is now dying. It has lost, I believe, 2 of its cores. And the distractor is down. We can see MGV's main ship appears to spread the fire, the magma cannons. I believe this is a good sign that the magma cannons may actually be set to point defense, which will very much be interesting, but it does appear to be effective. Exterp is rapidly losing ships. This is truly a monstrosity, and it's a very good example of where the meta can take you in a tournament environment. Anyways, it clearly worked. Extra fleet is just a bunch of ships staying back, trying to survive. But I'm not sure Exterp can in any way take back an amount of points lost. MGV has not yet made a child ship. We can see that the magma cannons are very much devastating, and a single hit can mean the end of a craft. So the first round clearly goes to MGV, decisively. We can see that one tiny fighter taking suicide by ramming into MGV's maw. The Conqueror is trying to do its best, but I doubt it can stand against those magma cannons. Yeah, it's simply far too much. Yeah, I may also have to see about somehow balancing the magma cannons more. Most of the magma weaponry from Obsidian has not been balanced properly in a while. It seems to have a need to be balanced. The support ship appears to be losing. Oh, MGV made a child which died. There is a new child ship again, another one. You can see MGV is currently making child ships. However, they are not surviving for very long. MGV does again have a decisive point lead, which Exterp is unlikely to break. I'm sorry for stuttering so much, I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, Exterp's ships are simply being ripped apart if they get too close. A wreckage was just now removed by the magma cloud. Oh, a large amount of child ships has been made and MGV goes with the win. Now this is interesting. We have Exterp versus Joyous, and as we can see this is Tumpor. We'll have to see how it works out, but hopefully they do well. We can see the main capital is here, and these are the larger ships with the kind of smaller support pods and most of the weaponry is the largest scale of plasma accelerators, with some cannons mixed in with the largest ship. And the support ships, it seems. The ships do appear to be unsure about what they should target, which is not a good thing. Well then, Joyous has very clearly replicated. So there is now a lot more of Joyous. The Timpors do appear to be heavily enough armored to withstand Exterp's firepower. This is likely due to the fact Exterp uses a lot of explosives, which the very large scale 4 hexagons from Joyous will kind of just shrug off. Joyous has also in fact brought an amount of resource producers, so he should be able to replicate more all through the battle. Which it seems like he is doing. I believe the first round goes to Joyous, and I also believe he ended up with, yeah, as we can see, it seems like he ended up with far more ships than he started out with. So his strategy is clearly working. Well, it may help that Timpor is supposed to be based around replication. So, yeah, correct strategy, I guess. Oh, there are some bugs going on here. I thought I fixed those thrusters, but I may have to do it again. That is a problem. Exterp's fleet does not seem to be made against facing greater or larger enemies than itself. It appears to be a problem when Exterp is outnumbered. Oh, Joyous now has 2 capitals. And 3 of the larger support ships. Yeah, if anything, Joyce's points should have grown through this match, but sadly the tournament mode is not advanced enough to support this. Only one ship from Exterp remains actually, and that's the last one. And the second round too goes to Joyce. Now we have Exterp versus Splinter, the other known veteran from the reassembly community, and he brings Obsidian. If I can look here after the blob has flied away. Here we can see the general design. A lot of expendable rock armor around the ship. Lots of thrusters to move something very heavy, which is the safe zone around all the important components. The darker blocks here at the front are actually far too large blocks of dense obsidian. That is very much a problem for someone like Exterp who lacks the firepower. The main cannon is a large-scale condensed mineral cannon, and those are magma launchers. I doubt Exterp can break through the safe zone, but we'll see. We can see that the expendable outer rock armor is very quickly breaking. A majority of the expendable rock armor has been removed. Splinter and Exterp are currently relatively close to each other on points. I'm not sure what Splinter is targeting, but he may soon lose some points, especially if he loses more of those thruster stacks. Oh, it appears that one of the general purpose ships from Exterp can actually tank a full volley from the main cannon from Splinter if it hits right. If not, it will just go through. It does appear Exterp will lose on points, even though it was quite close. The safe zone from Splinter is simply too powerful. And the first round goes to Splinter. If Exterp can manage to not be hit too much by the main cannon or the magma launchers, he may win on points. However, Exterp has already lost quite a bit of points, so I'm not sure he will be that lucky. We can see that the expendable armor has once again been removed. Now, not much but the safe zone on Splinter remains. However, Splinter has dealt enough damage to Extirp to likely win, unless Extirp somehow does something special. Only one thruster stack remains on Splinter. One external one anyways. And now no external thruster stacks remain. But the win still goes to Splinter. He was just far too durable. Now we have Extirp versus Skill. Since Skill can no longer make effective swarms with Veteran's Challenge, he chose to make a swarm with Evolved Farmer. Pretty much utilizing the missiles as small swarmlings. So we can see the cheapest design is just a small distractor. After that comes a design shooting small missiles, the Sparrows. Then we have a medium version shooting the HMM1s, I believe. And then we have a heavy version shooting MM1s. HM1s, sorry. So basically it's missile spam and shield spam. The missiles do appear to be deadly for Extirp. Now we just have to wonder how well the missile horde can survive. Both sides are losing quite a lot of points. We can see that any of Extirp's ships that enter the kill zone of the missiles will very quickly fall apart. However, Skill is losing points quicker than Extirp, likely due to the very low durability of these designs. And the first round goes to Extirp. Skill may win if he somehow manages to not lose that many ships. That Conqueror seems to be in a bad spot. Skill appears to currently be in a small point lead. However, it may still turn. The Conqueror is taking very heavy damage, but it does appear that it might have single-handedly reduced skills numbers enough for Extirp to win. We can see an unintentional spinner there. And skill is now reduced to just 3 ships. And the second round goes to Extirp, and he takes the win. Now we have Extirp versus Anthony Does Things. Both teams coming with quite similar fleets. We can see that Anthony brings 2 larger kiters with the pulse laser and a fair bit of torpedoes and various missiles. Then he has some smaller ships which appear to be anti-fighter and missile with the large CIVs installed, and the rest appear to just be smaller distractors and fighters. One of the main ships from Anthony do seem to be in a... This is not one of the main ships. It's there. Well, anyways, one of the ships are dead, one of the larger ones. Extirp is currently in a point lead. This fight is quite disorganized and possibly difficult to follow. You can see one of the main ships are fighting here. It was currently trying to face off with the Conqueror. We can see that Anthony's ships appear to be unable to aim with the pulse laser correctly. It should be a lot more effective than it is. Anthony does things is still in a point lead, but Excerpt is relatively close. The Conqueror was taken down. Only 7 seconds remain and Excerpt is still in a considerable point lead, which likely means the first round goes to Anthony Does Things. We can see that Anthony is currently leading on points. This is surprising considering the previous matches. Both of the main ships are still alive. And some of the smaller ships are having trouble but are still alive. Well, the ship was taken down now. And both sides now have relatively equal points. Anthony Does Things is now falling behind on points. Only 15 seconds remain. And Anthony is losing on points. Both of his main ships remain, but he simply seems to be unable to deal with agile fleets such as Excerpts. Now we have Thanks for Your Consideration by Debris versus Excerpt. We can see that his design is mainly a trapper with a well-defended core, utilizing the magma launchers. He has 4 of those, one of which apparently has a different spread. I believe it is this one. It points outward with the last ones instead of inward. And then he has smaller distractors and support ships. These appear to almost be unarmed, but I believe the things at the front are energy beams. This might actually be an arm though. We can see the magma launchers look very much like fireworks with these colors. It is a very nice golden color with silver particles inside. I wonder if that color is intentional. It's just like those fizzling fireworks. So debris has not yet lost any ships, while Excerpt is currently losing on points. Oh, he is currently backstabbing one of Debris' ships. It might be difficult to break through that layer of obsidian though. Debris may still win on points. Wait, no. It's the other way around. Excerpt may still win on points. Only 40 seconds remain. And Debris has lost a ship, which I believe was the support ship. Excerpt and Debris are very equal on points, and Debris now has less points. If Excerpt does not mess up, he may win this, which is somewhat surprising. So it appears like the first round goes to Excerpt, even though the breach shows Obsidian. I'm glad to see Obsidian is not the only faction that can win. This ship is being trapped. But this is the version without the spread. Excerpt is currently losing on points. It appears Debris has the upper hand with all of his launchers. One of the trappers are currently under very heavy fire. that will lose debris quite a bit of points. The points are once again quite equal. Debris ships somehow survived. Only a few seconds remain, and it appears the win actually goes to Exterp. So, now we have Exterp versus Duke Slayer, the two Spinal Mount submissions in this tournament. Duke Slayer, a veteran player such as Splinter, has entered with kiters or skirmishers, based around mobility, firepower, and precision. These should also be quite durable considering the fact they are made out of armor plus, and lots of thrusters. Duke Slayer is taking a point lead half a minute into the fight. The battle is fierce, but Duke Slayer appears to be more agile and able to dodge. The points are again quite close to each other. Duke Slayer has only lost one ship yet, while Exterp has lost a considerable amount of ships, but they were likely mostly distractors, except for that one dead ship over here. You can see Duke Slayer's ship dead here too. Oh, Exterp lost some extra points. Duke Slayer is still in the point lead, but this battle has been going on quite similarly. I guess the enemies are quite similar. With only 10 seconds remaining, I believe the win will go to Duke Slayer. So the first round clearly went to Duke Slayer. And we can see that he started off strongly again on this second round. I'm not sure how I can provide better views due to the fact all of these designs are so agile. You can see the splash is doing considerable damage. Duke Slayer and Excerpt are once again quite equal in points, with Duke Slayer leading with around around 3,000 points. Duke Slayer has not yet lost any shapes, but quite a considerable amount of points. Oh, Duke Slayer finally lost a shape. Excerpt has a tiny point lead, which Duke Slayer may be able to overtake in the last 15 seconds. And the second round goes to Excerpt. This is the deciding round between Excerpt and Duke Slayer. It seems like both of these spinal mount submissions are able to compete. Duke Slayer quickly lost quite a bit of points, and a ship. You can see here, the ship has been taken by Slash. Sadly, Spinal Mounts is not resistant to Splash. Duke Slayer is still behind on points, I have to apologize for the bad cameramanship. I'm just not feeling perfectly. Duke Slayer has lost further points, and I'm not sure he can recover from this. Exterp is leading by around 6,000 points now. Oh, Exterp lost a ship, losing quite a bit of points. So the second round 2 goes to Exterp, and it appears that Exterp is still uncontested in spell mounts, which is interesting. Now we have Exterp versus Cersei. If we look here at Cersei's crafts, they have a surprising amount of tiny blocks not resistant to splash. It has 3 cores, with a square one being the main one and 2 secondary very large octagonal cores, 2 large powerful mineral cannons, various weapons, magma launcher, not magma launchers, crystal launchers, and the healing beams. There are 6 healing beams on each ship, and a lot of thrust. These are possibly quite fast. And there are 2 of them, so they can heal each other. We'll have to see if Exterp can outpace the healing. We can see the healing is very powerful. So Cersei's strategy for keeping points appears to work very well. It's quite rare for him to lose points. Likely due to the healing, since no blocks should be very damaged after all of this healing. Sadly for him, the healing beams are not powerful enough to heal everything fully, while Exterp is continuously losing points. Now around a minute remains, and Exterp is losing a point, so with Cersei not having lost much in terms of points since around half a minute ago, he is able to out-heal Exterp's firepower. Only 20 seconds remain, and Excerpt is still in a bad position. The Maramis fortifications have been mostly static and just healing each other, not losing any further points. It appears Cersei's strategy has worked. So the first round goes to Cersei. We can see that things start off with something similar. Cersei is healing quite fast and negating most of the damage Excerpt does, while Excerpt is rapidly losing points due to the large mineral cannons tearing things apart, in addition to the crystal launchers being quite helpful as damage sponges and, well, damage. Only around 2 minutes remain, and Excerpt is not looking good in terms of points, while Cersei is retaining the majority. It does not seem like Cersei even needed the more durable materials. He could just have gone with stone, possibly obsidian stone, and the healing will have dealt with the rest. Only 1 minute remains, and Excerpt has lost over 10,000 points. Cersei only around 1,300. Only around 10 seconds remain, and it seems like the victory will go to Cersei. And Cersei wins. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Non-Produce. We'll see how Cookie Creeper can deal with Obsidian for the first time now, especially considering he uses the Rapid Artillery, which is somewhat designed to be specifically an anti-obsidian weapon. Oh, the magma is very much hurting the shields. The main shield fails. Oh, Cookie Creeper is taking a somewhat bad decision of driving straight into the cloud. Yeah, the Cookie Creepers do not seem to like to use their backwards thrust. Yes, only one ship from Cookie Creeper remains. And hopefully it will not do something similarly stupid. Yeah, I can't pronounce that, it seems. Oh, you can see one of non-Fordu's ships approaching Cookie Creeper directly. Yeah, I believe the Obsidian may win. And yeah, that was the end. So now a second round of this. Yeah, Creeper, don't do that. Yeah, the creepers seem to think they are actually creepers, supposed to suicide bomb. Sadly, things, at least this faction, doesn't work like that in this game. So, yeah, the result is... Yep. Hey, the Cookie Creeper... No, the Creeper. Am I supposed to call them Cookie Creepers? Anyways, it manages to kill an Obsidian, which is great. Well then, the Cookie Creeper is repeatedly destroying the projectiles being generated, so there's a lot of magma spawning there. My god, this is... Yep. Anyways, this single creeper is surviving surprisingly well. Or surprisingly long at least, until it does that. Hey, it retreated. Yeah, I will definitely have to see into somehow nerfing the magma launchers. This is quite ridiculous. And it is not healthy for the meta. Well, the creeper is still somehow surviving. Kind of impressive actually. Oh, but those magma blobs... Well, they managed to miss the creeper. Oh, but this one, yeah, the creeper is cornered and I don't think this, yeah, might end well. Yeah. So the win goes to non-Fordu's. A decisive victory. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus MGV with his disfigured bias. Not sure I mentioned the name of that one, but yeah, I'm just waiting for all of those magma cannons to fire on the Cookie Creeper. You can see that each one of those easily bring down one of the shields. And these shields have 15,000 HP. MGV is making child ships, which may be of some support. Oh, the frame is being damaged by Cookie Creeper's storm of rapid artillery. The targeting of the magma launchers appears to be very odd. Yes, due to the fact the magma launchers are set to point defense, They appear to be focusing on the tiny, useless bombardment missiles instead of the actual enemy ships. This is a problem for MGV, but I doubt Cookie Creeper can manage to reduce MGV's points before the end of the match. MGV has taken considerable damage, but it is simply not enough to reduce the points. And the first round goes to MGV. Well, I suggest against crashing into that. Yeah, the AI in reassembly is not optimal. Oh, the magma cannons are now targeting bombardment missiles again. Well, only one capital remains. So MGV has a decisive point lead. Cookie Creeper is at the edge of a loss. However, he is still fighting on. With a somewhat damaged capital. He did get a shield online, but it will still not last very long against magma cannon fire. As you could see there. And getting this close to something that large is not a good idea. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Joyous 18. We'll see if True Terran can beat Timpor. We can see that the True Terrans certainly easily cut through the Timpor armor. The Timpor armor is quite squishy, but also quite light and regenerates fast. So it is very good armor, but it is not very dense, which is a problem in stackless tournaments. We can see Cookie Creeper actually somewhat having a point lead. This one Creeper is not focusing on the right enemy. It should be focusing on the larger, more dangerous ship. One of the capital Creepers are lost, while this one appears to now be facing the an abomination from Joyous. Oh, this one creeper is very damaged. Well, the points are still quite similar, but I'm not sure Cookie Creeper can win this, since Joyous is slowly reproducing and actually rapidly reproducing and replacing numbers. Lost numbers anyways. Yeah, the main capital now has a clear shot and very quickly cores the main capital from Cookie Creeper. Cookie Creeper is now losing on points. However, one that very quickly turned around when Cookie Creeper killed the original capital from Joyous. Oh, the main capital from Cookie Creeper is taking heavy damage. But the Timpor enemy is once again has lost its main weaponry. The majority of it anyways. Oh no, Cookie Creeper, don't let that regenerate. And those two died at the same time. And the win goes to Joyous. His replication was simply too good. Now we have Splinter versus Cookie Creeper. Yes, that main cannon simply removes one small creeper at a time without any further issue. Those magma launchers create massive amounts of damage. Splinter is confused, very much confused. He somewhat appears to be targeting bombardment missiles too. Maybe not. Maybe just the tracking of the turret is far too slow. But no matter what it is, Splinter is busy, while the capitals can fire away as much as they want. Cookie Creeper may have a chance here. If he can get through the extremely thick armor from Splinter. Cookie Creeper is still losing on points. Oh! Cookie Creeper broke through the obsidian! He broke through the safe zone of Splinter and defeated him. Good job, Cookie Creeper. There we have it. It is actually possible to defeat Obsidian in its most tanky form. Well, that was surprising and pretty cool. Good job. Now I'm not sure it will happen again, since Splinter has to be distracted and turn his more fragile side for it to happen. But it may still happen. If the creepers just survive this and are left alone, they may do it again. These smaller support ships are very great as distractors here. Yeah, but they should be a bit more agile, possibly. Since then they could possibly dodge things like that. The problem is, giving the AI armor equals giving the AI confidence, and when it is confident it can tank a magma launcher, it won't run away. And as you know, that is a very bad idea. Anyways, the creepers are stripping off the expendable armor, and they are now trying to break through. Oh no. The two back creepers are too far away. Their bullets are expiring before they get close enough. This is a problem for Cookie Creeper. Sorry, I just had to go for a drink. So it appears that Cookie Creeper was unable to break through a Splinter's safe zone this time. He may do it this time though. But yeah, the safe zone of Splinter's submission is truly durable. But sustained fire like this may still somewhat break it. At the right angle. The distractors are doing quite well again. Most of the distractors from Cookie Creeper have either retreated or died, so Splinter has somewhat started to focus the capital creepers, which is of course not good for Cookie Creeper, but none of that matters since the round is over and Cookie Creeper loses on points. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Skill. That missile swarm is really horrible. Yeah, even shields seem to stand no chance against this swarm. Yeah, yeah, this is really bad. Cookie Creeper is somewhat rapidly losing ships. His main capital is trying to breach through Skill's horde. But luckily the large shield is holding somehow. Yeah, I believe Skill's critical mass of swarm ships has now been removed, so his attacks will likely not be as effective anymore as they were at the start. Skill has been severely thinned out, while all of Cookie Creeper's capitals have survived. Which is good news for Cookie Creeper, but bad news for Skill. The first round goes to Cookie Creeper. Yeah, but the initial swarm is truly devastating. This is really bad. Breaking these kind of shields that quickly is not normal. Skill lost his initial fleet very quickly this time though, so that did not last long. Cookie Creeper is decidedly leading on points. He has not lost any considerable forces. Cookie Creeper currently has over 10 times as much points as skill, and it is very unlikely for skill to change that. But the last survivors do survive for quite a while. And the win goes to Cookie Creeper. Now we have the two true Terrans fighting. Cookie Creeper versus Anthony the Sphinx. I do not believe it's a good choice for Anthony's main beam laser ships to rush like that. But I guess they have the shield to retreat if they need to. Yeah, they just retreat when they have to. The beam laser is clearly cutting through things. Cookie Creeper is currently losing on points. He seems to be far too much distracted by the support ships, while being unable to focus the actually dangerous pulse laser ships. Had to correct myself there. While one of Cookie Creeper's capitals are now down, just the support ships appear to be dealing with one of the capitals quite well. The beam laser ships are not really correcting their angle there. That is not great. These ones are staying out of range. Shields are still up. Cookie Creeper's last capital appears to be failing. And the first round goes to Anthony the Sphinx with his beam lasers. Pulse lasers. Sorry. For some reason I'm not remembering my own names. Cookie Creeper is already relatively far behind on points. Only 3 capitals remain from Cookie Creeper. While Anthony is leading decisively on points. We can see Cookie Creeper's point defense trying to deal with the bombardment missiles there. He probably should have had more point defense. Well, one of the capitals are down. The support ships are dealing with another, with the beam lasers adding quite a bit of damage and taking it down. Now only one capital remains. The shield failed and the core went after it very soon. Very quickly, well. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Debris. That support ship will very likely die very quickly. And one of the creepers are now focusing Debris' trapper. I believe the main structure of the ship is obsidian stone, since rock would have been a lot more fragile. Well, the trappers are being distracted, and we can see the creepers are able to attack them from behind, which is pretty much the worst place for a trapper to have enemies. But well, those large blocks are obsidian blocks, so it will be very difficult to break through. One of Cookie Creeper's capitals are almost dead. And it has been cut in half. It may still manage to escape, but I doubt it with this kind of AI. Oh, one of the trappers have had their core exposed. And one of them are dead. Cookie Creeper is still losing on points though, sadly. And he did lose another capital. So yeah, this is a lost battle. He did put up a fight though. So the first round goes to Debris. One of the trappers are being disassembled. The capitals are still in good shape, while the minions from Cookie Creeper are diminished in numbers. Debris is still doing kind of fine. Debris is losing one of the trappers now. Cookie Creeper may be able to take back the points lost by Debris. If he just manages to defeat this trapper. And another trapper is down, and Cookie Creeper is now leading on points. Debris is now rapidly losing points. He does not use incredibly price-efficient armor. And the second round goes to Cookie Creeper. Cookie Creeper is once again losing on points, at least initially, but one of Debris' trappers are currently being cored. And one of the trappers are gone. Another trapper is being cored by a currently being damaged creeper. And another trapper is taken down, and now Cookie Creeper leads on points. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Debris is also actually one of these veterans, and it is also his first time joining into MLT. So you can see he went with the Trapper strategy. The win went to Cookie Creeper, but sadly that the Trappers do not work well against fleets. So here we have Duke Slayer versus Cookie Creeper. And it starts off with Duke Slayer dealing quite a bit of damage to Cookie Creeper's fleet. Duke Slayer's ships are extremely effective at dealing with the smaller ships from Cookie Creeper, due to the fact they have railguns and explosive weapons. Shields are failing on multiple of the capitals, actually more specifically 2 of them. One of the capitals are now down. A second one is soon to follow. Another capital is down, only one remains. And the first round goes to Duke Slayer. So the problem for Cookie Creeper here is that he uses rapid artillery, which is slow and is unable to track or hit Duke Slayer's ships. So there is not very much Cookie Creeper can do with his loadouts. Except for with the shotguns, but they have a far too small impact to damage Duke Slayer's ships properly. Mainly the capitals remain now. Cookie Creeper's capitals are currently failing. One capital is down. The capitals are now extremely beat up. Another capital is down, and the last one died due to the timer ending. The win went to Duke Slayer. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Cersei. With his relatively odd obsidian submission. Now I doubt Cersei's healing can out-heal the rapid artillery spam Cookie Creeper has. Two of the creepers are staying out of range, while the last one is spread firing. That is not very effective damage. Oh, Cersei's ships are now flying away from each other. This may be an issue if your intention is to heal. Well, one of the support ships were completely defeated by crystal launchers. The crystals came in again. Cookie Creeper is losing in points, and there is not much time left. The healing has taken effect again. The first round goes to Cersei. Cookie Creeper is rapidly losing points. Cookie Creeper is now taking direct damage from Cersei, One of the main cannons on Cersei's ship, both of the main cannons on Cersei's ship, have been taken out, and Cersei's ship no longer has any mentionable firepower. Which means it was an easy target. The cores do still remain though, the support cores, but the ship can no longer regenerate. This ship is still active, but no longer alive, kind of like a zombie. Well, this is an it was an interesting development until Cookie Creeper's capital died. And he's now losing on points. Unless he maybe can take out that. That did not help. Well then, Cookie Creeper loses some points. Sadly, his capital died and gave Cersei the point lead. Now, we have Non-for-Deuce versus MGV. These two have been fighting for the Obsidian Throne pretty much all of MLT. So we'll see which one will win now. Well, the distractor was useless. Well, I cannot really see what is happening here, but I'm sure all of those magma cannon bullets flying off are pretty damaging to whatever they hit. Non-for-Deuce is taking considerably more damage than MGV. This is probably an indicator that MGV's dense obsidian-clad design is able to withstand this kind of damage. Oh, MGV is losing magma cannons. That is definitely a problem for him. But Non-for-Deuce only has one ship left, heavily damaged, and the win goes to MGV. MGV wins the first round. The game started to kind of slow down at the end there. Yeah, the magma cannons appear to be extremely effective. MGV has a very significant point lead, not losing much in terms of points. Non-Fordeus is now very close to losing. MGV obviously lost his support ship. Well, Non-Fordeus somehow has 0 points. And I'm sure one more magma cannon shot hitting will finish this. Or not. And there it goes. The win goes to MGV. Now we have Non-Fordeus versus Joyous 18. Oh, yeah, those magma launchers are probably very bad news for Timpor. I did mention the Timpor armor is not very dense. And we can clearly see that here. Yes, this is a losing battle for Joyous. Even with reproduction, he's unable to deal damage fast enough and tank or dodge the magma launchers. And the first round goes to Non-Fordeus. Joyous has rapidly lost, only having a fraction of his original points left. Non-Fordeus has not yet lost any ships. Well, this is the last ship. The win went to Non-Fordeus. Now we have Non-Fordeus versus Splinter. We'll have to see if those magma launchers can break through Splinter's armor. This may be a problem for Splinter, or maybe not. Anyways, it should do a fair bit of damage, and yes, the extra rock armor is instantly being removed. We can see here Splinter's ship is just cutting through all of that magma. It is probably not good for it, but I mean, it does what it wants to. This kind of looks pretty cool though. Even if I'm afraid it will break soon. Splinter is extremely rapidly losing points. And Splinter's armor has been broken. There is a hole in Splinter's armor now. It is a pretty small hole though. Non-Fardeus does not have many ships left. He may still lose. And the first round goes to Splinter. Splinter is cutting through all that magma again. The points are quite equal now, and I believe Splinter's armor has definitely been broken. Splinter is very close to dead. And Splinter has lost his main gun, I believe. Yeah, the safe zone has been completely cut open. And the core is being directly harmed. And the second round goes to non-produce. Splinter is again trying to cut through all of that magma, which is not a good idea. Splinter is currently still leading on points. Oh, and non-produce may still do it. And non-produce won versus Splinter. Now we have non-produce versus skill. We can see the missiles simply disappearing in the magma blob. And the missile horde is quite cornered and is now losing the majority of its fleet. These are not durable, so when they are cornered like that, yeah, there is not much they can do. The missile horde is doing its best, but at most it is just removing minor amounts of points from the obsidians, so there is not much it can do. Skill only has 2 remaining ships. Only 1 ship remains, and 10 seconds. I doubt skill can turn the points around in 3 seconds, so yeah, the win of the first round goes to non-produce. The effects of the bullets being eaten by the projectiles is pretty weird. Skill's fleet appears to be cornered again, which is not good for his fleet. We can see Skill has lost about half of his points now, while Non-Forduce has lost about 1/40th. We can see that the missile horde is somehow taking out a lot of points out of Non-Forduce, just with missiles. The missile horde is surprisingly effective for mainly being a swarm of missile kiters. It does still not appear like the missile horde may win. Certainly not. Definitely not with the time budget left. So the win goes to Non-Forduce. Now we have Non-Forduce versus Anthony Does Things. I'm wondering if those pulse lasers will be able to do anything against Non-Forduce. The magma launchers are making quite a high impact on Anthony's main ships. Well, one of the main ships actually died, even while having a very powerful shield. So this is a problem. Only some tiny support ships remain. Anthony Does Things is just about to be defeated, while Non-Forduce is largely unscathed, with no ships lost. Well, Anthony does not want to give up, but the time runs out and it will not be able to do much. The first round went to non-produce. We can see that somewhat of a similar situation is happening now. All the support ships have been taken out by the magma blob, while the main ships are cornered, which is really not good. They are not durable enough. So well, that was that. As I have already mentioned, it appears that magma launchers are currently OP, and I will have to deal with that. It has become obvious. A single weapon should not be this kind of counter to pretty much everything, including Obsidian itself. The last little ship is holding on quite well, but it is futile, and the win goes to non-produce. Now we have non-produce versus debris. Both of these are Obsidian 2, and I'm wondering which one will win. I believe debris may sustain very heavy damage. We can see the trappers are falling apart. Debris fleet has been largely torn apart by the power of magma launchers. Only one of Debris' ships remain, and I doubt it will survive for long. And the first round goes to non-produce. We can see that Debris has once again lost quite a lot of points. It just seems like the larger magma launcher is far superior compared to any much smaller scales. The win is a decisive victory for non-Fadus. Now we have Duke Slayer versus non-Fadus. I'm wondering how Duke Slayer will deal with the magma launchers. He will hopefully dodge and evade them if he wants to win. We can see that Duke Slayer has managed to do some damage on non-Fadus and has not taken much before now. However, some of his ships are trying to escape, but they are cornered. Yeah, just driving through all of that like this is not a good idea. Its generators are exposed, and one of them actually died. This one may still survive. Duke Slayer has lost the most points of these two. which is surprising since everything went so well in the start. Unforduce has not lost any ships. Only 1 minute remains, and Duke Slayer has not made much progress. He sadly lacks the damage. Only a few seconds remaining, and not much has changed. It has been kind of a stalemate for a while. The first round goes to non-produce. Duke Slayer is once again taking damage, only due to the fact he's being cornered behind magma. Yeah, that's... Yep. That's what happens. And this is armor plus, remember that. I believe it's even more durable than Sentinel armor. So yeah, pretty durable, and it's not enough to stop something like this. Duke Slayer has now lost half of his ships, which is worse than last time. Even one more of Dukeslayer's ships have been taken out. And with a very decisive point lead, None for Deuce wins this round. Now we have None for Deuce versus Cersei. Now, this is a case where I really do not expect those healing lasers to out-heal the damage. If they do, I have probably added 5 too many zeros to those healing lasers. Oh. Yeah, these obsidians are mostly made out of just rock and obsidian stone. Yeah, that is definitely not enough to block magma launchers. Yep. Well then. Again, I know I am repeating myself, but yeah, those magma launchers need some balancing. Yeah, the win goes to None for Deuce. Now we have MGV's turn. MGV versus Joyous 18. Timpor versus Obsidian. Now those magma launchers easily go through all of the Timpor armor, but the Timpors can dodge. Joyous 18 is being reduced in numbers extremely quickly, likely with the help of the magma launchers. And the first round goes to MGV. Now we can see Joyous's main capital just falling completely apart, disintegrating. A new one is being built, but I'm not sure how that will help. Obsidian is currently in a position where you have to either stay out of their way or kite them, or basically just die. There's no way to face them as a brawler or skirmisher. And the win goes to MGV. Now we have the two giants versus each other. We have MGV versus Splinter. I'm actually curious as to which one of these will win. Both of them are pretty much mono ships. Both of them have huge amounts of damage. MGV may have the lead there, but Splinter definitely has the lead on armor. Splinter is very rapidly losing points. MGV is doing so too. Not at the same speed, but still. And Splinter's armor was breached, I believe. Well then, that is a lot of damage. It is such a weird contraption too, it's completely unusual. We can see that the points start out roughly similar, but MGV quickly overtakes Splinter's points, reducing them very quickly. I think MGV's strategy with this design was pretty much to only use dense obsidian if possible. And it is probably a good strategy due to the fact dense obsidian is the cheapest, the lightest per HP, and well, yeah, just generally good if you can actually afford any of it. Well, that win went to MGV. Now we'll have to see if this missile swarm can do anything. The swarm ships are being stupid, and they are ramming the magma. They can just go around and bombard the core, but they don't. MGV is taking some damage. There is a chance MGV may lose. Missile Horde has definitely lost the most points, but it has also broken through the armor around the core. The core is now exposed and may potentially be broken. The shield has been useful and it finally failed, but I doubt the Missile Horde can actually break the core. So MGV has a decisive point lead, and the first round goes to MGV. His magma launchers simply removed most of the missiles and the enemies. The support ship from MGV is dead. Yeah, these drones are careless. I believe the Missile Horde will technically possibly win after enough time, but there is definitely not enough time in 3 minutes for that to happen. The core defense is taking damage, but yeah, there is not remotely enough time to finish it in the time left. I'm surprised no competitors tried bringing nukes. They could have worked. We now have MGV versus Anthony Dustwings, and with Anthony's lasers, this all seems to go well. The lasers are effectively cutting through the thrusters, which might mean that this could potentially be a win. The pulse laser is coming online again. That was a fair bit of lost time though. There is not much time left. There is a very small chance something can still be done, but I doubt it. And well, the AIs are not aiming right either. So the first round goes to MGV. Anthony Dustwings is losing ships very quickly. So that is a problem for him. We can see all the child ships being made and being destroyed quite quickly after they are made. Anthony Does Things has lost considerable amounts of points. And I really doubt he can do anything to that armor. Yeah, this is truly powerful. And in addition, it makes support ships that do the work of defeating the smaller things for it. And that's a win to MGV. Now we have MGV versus Debris. Obsidian versus Obsidian. I'm wondering if those trappers will have any chance of surviving. I doubt it. That was relatively quick. We can see MGV is just digging through the trappers. Debris has now lost the majority of his forces and his points. There is not much he can do. These tiny sprinkles of gold and silver are not going to take down MGV. So I think I can declare this as a loss to Debris. Yes, that was relatively quick. So round 1 went to MGV. Debris is once again losing points rapidly, as is to be expected when being hit by magma launchers and magma cannons. And when your core is being drilled out. Yeah, Obsidian needs balancing. Well, this is an Obsidian versus Obsidian fight. I think it's more of the magma weaponry specifically has to be balanced. I want to make Obsidian a lot less potent against both fleets and fast ships. I mean, it is the slow faction after all. Or it is supposed to be it, at least. The slow and bulky faction that can beat any other slow and bulky faction. No, it beats everything. It has quite cool particle effects though. But yeah, debris, this is not going well. Better luck next time, I guess. Well, it was your first submission after all. Only 5,000 points left on debris. And those are going away very quickly. And they are pretty much gone. We only have this support ship and something else. 2 ships left. Here. This distractor. Well, it was almost a win by elimination, but it ended up on points. The win goes to MGV. A very decisive victory. Now we have MGV versus Duke Slayer, and I'm actually not sure what will happen there. Well, I guess Duke Slayer, your guys do not really care about large, highly explosive bullets, do they? They just kind of ran into it and died. I may need to buff the initial bullets on the magma launcher so that they appear a lot more dangerous. Because that, just running into them like that, yeah, that's not a good idea. Well, Duke Slayer lost another ship. He's trying his best to just deal damage to MGV. It has been effective if you look at the points of MGV, but it is not effective enough. He lacks damage. You really need a lot of damage to deal with Obsidian. I have no idea why it was in the middle of the magma blob, but it died anyways. Duke Slayer is losing ships a bit too fast, but the time is running out anyways, so It will at least not be an elimination. The first round goes to MGV. Duke Slayer is already behind on points, sadly. MGV appears to be dominating. Duke Slayer has now lost far above half of his points, while MGV is just kind of sitting there, firing, trying to do something. Duke Slayer has lost some points. MGV wins. Now we have MGV versus Cersei. And this is another one of those cases where I do not really expect any kind of healing to out-heal the damage. That will be very surprising, but yeah. You can see that just a few magma cannon bullets simply just break everything. I know I am repeating this far too many times, but I am going to fix these problems with obsidian. It seems like the magma weaponry is far too powerful right now. And that's round one. Well, that was another win to MGV. Now we have Joyous 18 versus Splinter. We'll have to see if Timpor, with their reproductive capabilities, can possibly confuse Splinter enough to win. Sadly, Joyous mainly focused on those plasma accelerators, and their DPS per P is not that great. If he would have wanted to break Splinter, he would have needed to have some of those Gatling guns, I believe. It seems like all of the ships have clumped together behind Splinter. Splinter did take considerable exterior damage, but for as long as the safe zone is safe, he really doesn't care. He has everything important inside there. Joyous has very little points left, with only 3 ships. And that's the end of round 1. Joyous 18 is continuing to lose points. That ship somehow survived. Joyous still has quite a lot of points left, but the majority of that is probably inside here. Well, Splinter has been disabled to a large degree, but it's not enough. The win went to Splinter. Did I say MGV? I meant Splinter. Well, the missile swarm is effective enough, but I think I have mentioned this. Timpor has very large blocks, and they seem to be effective against Splash. At least reasonably effective. Well, it seems like Skill is going to lose this one. Joyous has just replicated. His army now is probably larger than at the start. It definitely is. Well, all of the swarm ships are now cornered. Skill is now completely losing. One ship left and it's gone. The win goes to Joyous. Now we have Joyous versus Anthony Does Things. We can see the pulse laser started off with some nice damage. The pulse laser ships are being very aggressive. And that turned into doom. Both fleets are harmed, but Joyce has been able to reproduce again more than he lost. So as you can see here, his fleet is actually considerably larger than it was initially. He actually has 2 capitals now, and some of those larger support ships building. Only 1 ship is left for Anthony. Round 1 went to Joyce. It does appear like Anthony Does Things is going off to a good start, but if we just look at the situation, we can see that yeah, Anthony is losing and Joyous is just growing, so well then, not much time is left, but I actually doubt Anthony can survive for the rest of the time. Yes, it was swarmed. And the win goes to Joyous. Oh, now we have Joyous versus Obsidian, Debris. Yeah, the cannons work very well in this case, explosive cannons. But maybe not so much against these very large blocks. Well, the main ship is doing quite a lot of damage. The magma launchers are dangerous though. And as you can see here, it does harm even the largest ship considerably, even though there are now two of the largest ships, so I'm not really sure who should be concerned here. The main ship is losing its guns now. The main ship should escape now if it can, but it doesn't. This main capital is barely living, not anymore. And one of the trappers are actually losing. Yeah, I would suggest bringing some designs that just have a very large amount of Gatling guns, just for pure DPS, since this is too slow. Well, the second round, oh never mind, the first round went to debris. I'm being confused. I need to fix those thrusters. Not sure how. Oh, I'm surprised it got cored like that. That child ship barely survived. It's another one of those tiny ones. Half the time left. Joyous 18 looks like he's worse on points, but things are actually going well for him right now. He has at least 2 main capitals. This one got a briefer, so now... Well, yeah, it basically was not attacked for a while, so now it could build. And now Joyous has even more main capitals. As you can see here. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Only 40 seconds left. I'm not sure Debris can regain that. Yes, this is a loss to Joyous, but if the fight would have gone on, he would obviously have won. Won, not won. Sorry, I'm just a bit tired. Now we have Joyous 18 versus Duke Slayer. I assume Duke Slayer's ships should work well against Timpor. Timpor is not all that durable, so the railgun should be effective. Well, it does seem to me like Joyous is kind of winning here. I think he's just replicating. Joyce's fleet is performing very well, I would say. Of course, it will perform even better if I would actually fix some of the thrusters and so on, but yeah. Joyous wins round 1. So as we can clearly see, Timpor is replicating very well. Now that someone actually brings Timpor, I see that they are actually quite powerful. I may have to see about possibly nerfing our generation, not sure. No, actually I likely won't be doing that, since that is the main goal of Timpor. I will probably do some more balancing changes to Timpor after this tournament. Possibly on the same scale as I did this time. So the points are quite even right now. Duke Slayer has not yet lost a single shape. Joyce 18 is currently barely better in terms of points. And the timer is running out. This was a very different match from the last one. Joyce still grew a lot of ships though. So that win went to Joyce, and now we have Joyce versus Cersei. I wonder if Timpor can possibly win against Obsidian. I'm still afraid these ships may have too little DPS, but considering the fact a second main ship comes along, yeah, maybe it's not all that important. Well, the Obsidians are certainly surrounded. Cersei is currently better off on points, but Joyous appears to be very quickly reducing Cersei's points. We can see the healing lasers in effect at least. That core is never dying. But Cersei obviously had to take a sacrifice in firepower to achieve this. So that's a problem he has to deal with. And as you can see, it might not have been a good trade-off. I will have to see what I do about the healing lasers. A secondary core has survived, so now it's basically a ghost ship. and Cersei wins the first round. Many of these battles would have turned out very differently with more time, but the issue is that if the rounds take longer, the whole tournament will take longer, and it already takes hours. So I am not really considering more than 3 minutes. Well, another strategy is to balance things in a way that makes where is that crystal who just lagged through all of these ships and cut off the front of many of them? Okay, I have no idea where that came from. Oh, Joyous has even less points this time. Yeah, he's likely to lose this time. Well, likely doesn't mean he can't win. Well, that was a dumb choice, but I know it ran after this core. I just realized just spawning small cores with nothing attached could be extremely well exploited to make enemy AI rush at you. Yeah, try using that maybe. Maybe you could make some Timpor Trapper, Obsidian Trapper. It just spawns cores, holds them inside itself, and hopes the enemy AI targets them. Well, Cersei won. Now we have Splinter versus Missile Horde. Yeah, I doubt missiles can get through dense obsidian. Especially if most of them are removed by magma. The Missile Horde is doing its best, but Splinter's points are not moving. Ten seconds left, and Missile Horde could have won if it would have avoided the initial magma cloud, but that didn't happen. What is my accent? What? But yeah. Yeah, magma launchers are effective at everything, as you can see, even point defense. So yeah. That's a problem. Yeah, low to high yield missiles are not really made to deal with scale 10 blocks, especially not blocks with HP values in the millions. So yeah, this is not working well. It is much of the same story. Points are not moving, and the missile horde has lost too much. And the win goes to Splinter. Now we have Splinter versus Anthony Does Things. Yeah, the back one is not firing at all. So it did at least break the expendable armor, but the actual dense obsidian, not sure that is going to happen. The tiny swarm is trying to help out somehow, but all it basically does is just not even reach the target. Well, this one at least does something, but Anthony has lost far too many points. Oh, those are larger miniguns. Fixed ones. Well, Anthony is being crippled by the fact the back one is not using its laser because the angle is wrong. Yeah, and now even the other one is not helping out. Yeah, this is not helpful. The first round goes to Splinter. Yeah, both of those ships just went into the cloud. The lasers are missing again. And the win goes to Splinter. So now we have Splinter versus Debris. I do not expect that Distractor to survive for very long. Well, the main turret is distracted by a little piece of armor. Splinter is currently in the lead. He has the superior firepower with those large magma launchers and that very large condensed mineral cannon. The first round goes to Splinter. Debris does simply not have enough firepower or a strong enough armor to tank. Yeah, the main turret is focusing on those melee energy beams, which is a problem. One of the trappers are down. These fights are quite odd. They are basically all about who can throw the most balls of fire. It looks weird too. And the win goes to Splinter. Now we have Splinter versus Duke Slayer. For as long as Duke Slayer stays out of fire, dodging magma and the huge cannon, Duke Slayer can win. Duke Slayer has now taken some damage, but Splinter has taken a lot more. So things look good for Duke Slayer. Mostly only the safe zone is left. And Splinter has shed around 10,000 P. Probably mostly through thrusters. And the first round goes to Duke Slayer. It appears Duke Slayer is very effective against single targets with slow weaponry. Duke Slayer is once again somewhat in the lead, but he has taken more damage than last time. He should be careful. Splinter has now lost close to the limit he can lose outside his defended area, and Duke Slayer is still on top. Duke Slayer somehow managed to lose one ship though. But it doesn't matter since the win goes to Duke Slayer and Duke Slayer wins versus Splinter. Now we have Splinter versus Cersei. The crystals took suicide. If that even makes sense. Yeah, Cersei's ships are crumbling quite a bit. Yeah, being obsidian and making your ship mostly out of scale 1 rock is not suggested. Unless you have some master plan with it, of course. Splinter is currently leading by far. The first round, no, the second round went to, no, the first round. The first round went to Splinter. I may have to somehow buff these crystals. They seem to be useless at the moment. Splinter is once again leading on points. The main core is still there. And now it's not. And the win goes to Splinter. Now we have the Missile Horde versus the new Terran 11th Laser Siege Cannon unit by Anthony Does Things. These are two remotely similar submissions. So I'm curious as to how this will play out. That ship is supposed to be anti-missile, but I do not expect it to stop that much. Yeah, these amounts of missiles are a problem. Well, Anthony's fleet dealt relatively quickly with the fleet from skill. And now there are just a few remaining, only one actually. And the first round goes to Anthony Does Things. skill appears to lose some points again. Well, those shields managed to block all of that. Only a few last ships remaining. And the win goes to Anthony. Now we have Missile Horde versus Debris. That first distractor is not going to live for very long. This fleet could potentially kite forever. Missile Horde may actually win this. Missile Horde simply has too little damage and took too much by staying close for some reason, so it lost the first round. Debris is currently losing the most points. Skill is of some reason not losing all that much points this time. Skill is still somehow leading on points. It appears Missile Horde will win this. Oh, it still won, even though it lost a lot of points at the end there. Missile Horde. Missile Horde once again appears to be leading on points. Skill is still leading on points. So the win goes to skill. Now we have Missile Horde versus Duke Slayer. With his the Inspreadables. Duke Slayer's submission is not very splash resistant. It should be quite, but not all that much. So as we can see, Duke Slayer's submission has a lot of speed, and I feel like that's a negative right now, since it's just flying right through all of those missiles. At this point in time, all of his ships are pretty much just cores floating around in space. I'm wondering why they are this durable. I think there is something wrong. Well, Duke Slayer loses anyways, but yeah, I am just going to do that. Yeah, that doesn't really work in your favor. Yeah, all of Duke Slayer's ships just fly straight through that storm of missiles with no regard for safety at full speed. And this is what happens. Yeah, there's something wrong with this course. I'm just going to end it here. So the win goes to Missile Horde. Now we have Skill versus Thursday. I'm wondering how well Thursday's submission can hold up to these missiles. Thursday now appears to heal as fast as the missiles can harm. Or so I thought. Well then. Cersei is currently leading on points, with skill having lost considerable amounts of ships. Yeah, I do think it's possible that the healing is uh alright. Yeah. Well, it was going to be a win for Cersei anyways, so nothing has really changed. So the first round went to Cersei. The crystals appear to actually be helping quite a lot here. Even though Skill's fleet should be agile enough to dodge these, they simply don't, because they are not very smart, so it seems like the crystals are very useful here. Anyway, Cersei is able to heal fast enough now again, so there is not very much skill can do, and he is losing on points. Skill is now removing some points from Cersei, but I believe it is far from enough. Well, the win goes to Cersei. Now we have Anthony does things versus Debris. The pulse lasers feel kind of underwhelming against Obsidian. Anthony's fleet has been quite damaged, while Debris has not taken much damage at all. The laser ships are now coming quite close. I will suggest against that. It seems like the first round goes to Anthony. Anthony does seem to be able to make some good progress on Debris's fleet. However, he has taken too much damage, so I'm not sure he will be able to do anything in time. And the win goes to Debris. Now we have Anthony versus Duke Slayer. This should be interesting since both fleets are relatively quick. Anthony does have shields, and Anthony does have missiles. But Anthony is also fragile, so maybe Duke Slayer can do something. It seems to be quite even on points. Actually, it does seem to kind of be identical. Very close. Duke Slayer is losing points at a somewhat faster rate though. Duke Slayer did fall behind, uh, possibly due to the shields, but most likely due to the missiles. So the first round goes to Anthony. Duke Slayer has to be able to deal with the worst missile spawning crafts before he can somehow win. If he manages to focus down the beam crafts, it will all go well. Duke Slayer is currently leading. I'm not sure why and how. I guess just luck, maybe? He may also have managed to tip the balance early enough compared to last time. Even though Anthony has now changed around the points again. This is maybe armor plus, but it can still break. Especially to splash, due to the fact only very small pieces come in it. Well, compared to most MLT things, they are very tiny. And the win goes to Anthony. Now we have Anthony versus Cersei. I wonder if the pulse laser can out DPS the healing lasers. I doubt it. Well, the lasers seem to be very effective right now. Anthony may win this. One ship has been killed and Anthony is leading on points now. Well, it's still a ghost ship, but he did receive the full points of it. And the first round goes to Anthony. He seems to be doing well with these beam lasers. Beam? Seriously? Pulse lasers. Oh, the lasers just instantly cored the enemy. Well, I guess if you look at it, there is a line down the middle, which is very, very exposed up until here. That is where this one was cut. Well, that's a pretty perfect coincidence for Cersei. I mean Anthony. For Cersei, it's horrible. Huh. These are very effective. Cersei is currently losing on points. Oh, this one ship might actually end up giving a loss? No. Oh, Anthony had that much extra point lead. So he could even lose one of his main ships and it is fine. Well then. Well, it was at least almost a complete elimination. Anyways, now we have Debris versus Duke Slayer. Uh, yeah, Debris does not have anything against Duke Slayer. So I kind of just assume Duke Slayer will just circle around, dodge things, and do some damage. When the trapper is so slow, the enemy can enter the trap and exit again without the trapper even doing anything. Well, we can at least watch some pretty fireworks. Duke Slayer is currently leading on points, and I do not see any way in which that will change. Unless, of course, one of Duke Slayer's ships somehow gets stuck here or something like that. But other than that, I think he's pretty safe. The first round goes to Duke Slayer. Duke Slayer is still leading, but none of the sides do actually earn a lot of points, since Debris has a lot of health and Duke Slayer dodges a lot. So it is a fight about points rather than trying to defeat the other enemy. I still like the color of the magma launchers though, looks like fireworks. And the win goes to Duke Slayer. Now we have one of the last matches, Debris versus Cersei. These magma blobs should be doing more damage than the lasers can heal. Cersei is definitely taking damage, but it kind of seems like debris is taking more. Well, that's a negative. The front of Cersei's ship can fall off and block Cersei's line of fire, so he can't fire. Yeah, debris is actually losing. I was expecting these magma launchers to win, but that is clearly not happening. Debris has lost at least 2 trappers. And the first round goes to Cersei. Cersei's ships appear to be weak structurally. As you can see, they quite easily fall apart, connected together by a single block, and that leads to some very quick point grabs for debris. He just has to be lucky to hit exactly there, and the whole craft falls apart. A similar thing happened here. You can see the ship fell apart. So this time the roles were completely switched. This time Cersei was the one beaten. So I believe Debris won with elimination this time. This time, Cersei appears to be winning again. Two of the trappers are pretty much dead now. And the win goes to Cersei. Now I believe this is the last fight. Duke Slayer versus Cersei. Now I wonder what Cersei has to deal with Duke Slayer. He mainly he only has mineral cannons and those crystals, none of which I think will be useful against Duke Slayer. Especially considering Armor Plus is melee resistant. Well, Cersei is still winning due to his healing, and Duke Slayer's ships are just ramming into these crystals. Yeah, Duke Slayer, your ships are so fast that they crash into the crystals with that speed and actually make the crystals effective, stripping off all of your thrusters. The only reason you survive is the fact that Armor Plus is melee resistant. They are quite equal on points now. Duke Slayer may still overtake Cersei. Well, the first round goes to Cersei. Currently Cersei is in the lead again. Cersei is still leading on points. The healing strategy appears to be very good for keeping points. And the winner is Cersei. So, the winners are on first place MGV, on second place Non-Fardeus, and on third place Splinter. These are the winners for the tournament, and well, this concludes the 7th MLT yet. This was a great tournament with a lot of varied submissions, new metas, new ideas, and new styles. Also, maybe more importantly, new members. So I thank you all for all of your submissions, and I hope you join next time.